Alright, might have had some people waiting around here to see. It's gonna go down. Hold on a moment, I'm gonna get the game started up real quickly. What I wanted to do. I'm just loading it up real quickly from the beginning. I'm just booting up the game and I'm trying to get through to the main menu because I know the moment that the game starts, it'll essentially play some copyrighted music. Hold on. It used to work a long time. It used to work. I don't know why it's not working now. Well, we're gonna have to use this as a backup, sadly.
Oh, look out! I got boost now, punk! You are so history!
Right, so, welcome to part 4 of Need for Speed Underground. Excuse me. Last time I was having quite a bit of trouble trying to get through Kurt's Killer Ride. So I'm gonna see as much as possible if I could get through this level. I don't want to go on medium or easy. I still want to do this on hard. Oh, and also happy St. Patrick's Day. Actually, before I start, I might as well just make the car green. Just for the stinking holiday, because I know there's gonna be some people that are gonna be pissy. They're gonna piss their own pants because I'm not celebrating this properly. So let's go ahead and change this up. So, I really think if you're gonna make that, you're gonna do green, you might as well mix it in with yellow. It's as much as I could say. try to get as much gold as you could possibly good, despite the fact that it's not gonna be. Despite the fact that you can't, it's like other paint options are not available unless you progress through the game. Sadly, though, I still need to progress through it one way or another.
Hey, yo, punk!
Some other street racers are probably going to say this is the most hideous looking paint I've ever done. Well, it's St. Patty's Day, so don't complain about it. I don't see them doing anything. I don't see them wearing green. Oh, what the? Oh. Hold on. I forgot that the,
Oh, look out!
will it capture the gameplay in full screen? If I put it on the gaming window? Now it captures the game. I don't get why. A little bit earlier I was trying to figure this out, and like it wasn't even capturing the gameplay and all of that. It was just only capturing a black screen. Now it's capturing... I don't know. OBS is weird. It usually is like this at times. Oi! And you know, it's not even weird for this game to have the OBS where the game, like, in order to capture the full screen, you have to have the game running. No, that's not the weird part. The weird part is when a few times throughout a few weeks when I was playing through Need for Speed 2015, I was not making a video, I'm not making any live streams out of it. You should know that by now. But, what I was doing was gathering some recordings from that game. Like, I was recording the game in a different laptop. Because my brother had given me his old laptop, which is the, let's see. It is a Dell G15 Ryzen Edition, so what that means is it basically could run some games a lot more better than what I'm currently using. The only problem is, it's got some damage, so for streaming potential, there has to be alternate means to try to be able to stream rather than the traditional means. I mean that by that I mean I need a Bluetooth headset because the audio jack, it's damaged. But anyways, using that laptop, gathering some screen recordings for Need for Speed 2015 because I'm still going through with the idea of making that same video in regards to Need for Speed 2015. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna put that into rest. I'm not, like, I don't like the game. Well, a lot of people won't know that, but a lot of people will. But there's multiple reasons as to why I don't like the game specifically. A lot of people will not know that right now, but they will know that later on in the future when I make the video and when it's uploaded on the same release date as to the game itself. But that's what happens when you rubber band too much. The thing is that in regards to Need for Speed 2015, there is a lot to cover inside the game. There is a lot to cover that goes so horribly inside of the game that ever has the title named Need for Speed. Why bother calling it Need for Speed? Why not just call it Burnout Live Cars Edition? Like Burnout Real Life Cars Edition or something like that. Then just Need for Speed, huh? Get it? Because it's basically the gameplay physics, the same gameplay physics and mechanics since Burnout Paradise. And, well, I mean, you may think it's not, but let's think about it. 2012 has those kind of gameplay physics and mechanics, but they're kind of watered down a bit. And then it spread it, and then it goes on a widespread from that game to Rivals, and then 2015. And 2015, holy crap, it is way more worse in regards to that in 2015. Like, it's way more worse in 2015 because it is just watered down 10, 15, no, 35 more times than what Need for Speed Rivals has overall. But yeah, there's a lot of things to cover in that game, from gameplay physics and mechanics, to the story, to its beginnings and all that kind of stuff, and then the fucking community, because apparently the community, like, the community just cry like babies about it every single day of their lives. If Underground mattered, why aren't you playing these games? That's the question I have to ask right there. Like, how unsatisfied can you be to ask for another Need for Speed game that has all of this? And yet, in the much more modern days, it's not even any better than what we previously have. If anything, Ghost Games prove to us that they can't even do that the right way, despite how people say it differently. Right now, Criterion couldn't do any better in comparison to Heat with the Need for Speed Unbound game. So, when it comes to modern Need for Speed games, what I'm basically saying is, never expect it to be good, always expect it to be extremely mediocre. Like, what does the new games have that the old games don't? Oh, well, the new games have post-launch support. They have content launch support inside there. They're providing updates. Well, guess what? There's Soapbox Race World. Okay, that's basically Need for Speed World with custom servers, where people have been able to play with their own servers and stuff like that. And the thing is, people are providing some updates inside of that game as well. And the thing is, most of the updates that they've been working on are practically just mods for the game. So, so pretty much it's just detrimental to the case. Because Need for Speed World, and much like most other older Need for Speed games, are moddable. Like, you can mod them, and you could have some better things. Some of them, yes. Others, no. But still, you can mod the games, and you could still get some more stuff inside of the games if you know how to mod them specifically. And yet, those could just basically count as some support to the game. Like new cars to drive in, new graphical updates, or stuff like that inside of the game. New customization options, anything. It could be any of those. Like Underground2.net. That mod has added in Honda NSX, as well as some other cars that may have been inside of Need for Speed Underground. I mean, the NSX didn't appear in Underground per se, but it was a custom mod that was implemented into the game. But regardless of the case, they had more customization options, they had more cars, they had more... Well, you already know the story. It's just a lot more better than what you would get from EA nowadays. I mean, you could still mod some of the games nowadays, considering the fact that there's Frosty Mod Manager. But the issue is, in regards to the modding instead of the much newer games, or the much more recent games. It's like, that's the only thing that ever comes out to these games that actually makes it good. If you play the vanilla Need for Speed 2015, it's just utterly garbage. It's utterly garbage. That's why Kudo HS has a modded version. That's why Kudo HS decided to go through, despite the fact that he has to probably most likely use Frosty Manager to do this, to try and mod Need for Speed 2015 to have better gameplay physics and mechanics. That's most likely the case. Damn it, I forgot what my nitrous button was. I was more used to pressing Alt or Control to use the nitrous from Underground 2. I forgot this is not Underground 2 though. And you know, modding makes Unbound a lot more better as well. Whether it be you using the Unite mod to get some more customization options, or you find some mods that provide better handling physics and mechanic physics, and maybe even mechanics. But yeah, modding inside of modern Need for Speed games is what makes the game more better than playing the vanilla version. That goes without saying that never. Well, I mean, you can do so as far as I'm concerned. But personally, just stick to modding if you're gonna play the much more modern, mediocre Need for Speed games that are supposed to attract some audiences but didn't really work out too well. That's the only way you're gonna be able to have fun with these modern titles. But besides that, if you're not gonna, but besides the whole entire modding thing, the modern Need for Speed games, yeah, a certain majority of them are utterly bad. So bad, I'd rather watch the episode 7 and 9 of Star Wars more than just playing those games that you call Need for Speed. Despite the fact that I don't like how the whole entire ideal of Galactic Empire versus Rebel Alliance all over again in the episode 7 and 9, at least it had some sort of story that could be interesting, but yet still mediocre at the same time. Like, 7th one, one of my friends said it was alright. 8th one was just really bad, and 9th didn't make any sense. None of 9th episode. Like, I guess the Palpatine returning and Rey proposing herself as Skywalker, none of it makes sense. Utterly dumb. But hey, it's not as well. I mean, it's cringeworthy, but it's not as cringeworthy as how the modern day Need for Speed games are in regards to their stories. And the worst part is, I have Need for Speed Unbound. I mean, like, many months, a few years later, I ended up getting Need for Speed Unbound. I'm still not happy about it, but I'm alright with getting it as a discount because it's not even worth the price it is. Unbound plus the Unbound Ultimate Edition of the game. I got that game on discount. It was like $16, $17 or something like that. But I got it on discount, which does a lot more better than trying to buy the game full price. It's like, what, $70? I'm not going to spend $70 just for the base game. Base game probably isn't even worth that much. It's probably worth like 30, 25 because it's still using the same gameplay physics and mechanics as Burnout Paradise. Again, I'm going to state that out a few times. Story writing, whoever hired the guy to make the story inside of that game should have been fired. Should have been fired, and the story should have been scrapped, and they start all over again. But no, the story stays in, and it's inside of the game, and they didn't have time to make another one, make another story because EA is very picky on He is just very picky on the amount of time they have just to make the game, and then they just give it a... Let me think, sorry. They just give Criterion a specific amount of time to make the game, and then and then send it over so that way EA can publish it to stores and have people buying it. And you know the worst part is about the game is that it comes out when we're still playing with the PS4 and Xbox One. Which means that a lot of people are playing the PS4 and Xbox One because they didn't have enough time. Because they don't have a lot of money just to be buying a PS5 or or Xbox Series XS. At times. Like, making money is kind of getting a little bit more worse as time goes by, is what I'm pretty much trying to say. So a lot of people are still playing the PS5. They could have waited, and around the time when COVID-19 is still existing, they could have waited. They could have waited at least a little bit longer before they decide to publish the game. But they did. They did the exact opposite and decided to publish the game on 2012 on December 2nd, a few days before Christmas. What kind of brain dead moron brings up an idea of publishing that on December 2nd, 2022, and thinks that's a good idea? I don't understand how you can think that low, think that stupidly. It's like Disney trying to say that at 2024 on Christmas, oh hey, we're gonna release Mufasa, but then it's also pitted against Sonic the Hedgehog. And yet the only way to try to outsell Disney is outsell the Sonic movie is trying to sabotage it by any means necessary. But yet people are gonna say that no, people are gonna still prefer Sonic over Mufasa because Mufasa is extremely mediocre when it comes to story writing and all that kind of stuff. And the people who may some people may say that the movie development pretty much felt soulless, felt heartless, and all that kind of stuff. The storyboarding and all that crap. Meanwhile, Sonic the Hedgehog 3, like, come on, it's just extremely embarrassing for Disney to take the plunge. But honestly, you can't expect anything better from Disney. All they could ever be good for is making mediocre ass films. And that doesn't only apply to their own films, it also not yet. Alright, so where was I? Oh yeah, I forgot. Disney is always going to be known for making mediocre films in regards to not only themselves, not only their own franchises that they have, but also Marvel and Lucasfilms. That is all you could ever expect from Disney nowadays. I don't expect them to show any form of competence because they don't seem to understand what that means. Hold on, can I play this with a controller actually? Let me see if I could do that. And it's disconnected. Let's see if this works. Well, I mean, it's wear and tear throughout time and space, but at least we could give it a try, see if it actually does something. Oh no. When I'm playing on the controller, it's the left analog stick, and it's what determines the vehicle to drive. Hold on. This is really gonna hamper the gameplay. I mean, that was gonna hamper the gameplay, but I need to see if I could test this out on controller. I'm trying to test it out. If you could play, I think I'm gonna have to set up some of the settings. I don't know, the controller is just weird. Oh, it's awfully lagging. Why didn't I just do this a long time ago? Why did I choose right now to play on controller? Honestly, that's just a foolish thing I've ever thought of doing right now. Okay, let's see if this actually works. This is better. Hold on, I need to change something real quick. There's that. I never thought of playing this on controller until now. I'm that dumb. Ah. Maybe, maybe I could. I know the controller and keyboard doesn't give you any advantage.
Hey, yo, Punk.
Well, I mean, you could have some throttle control and all that kind of stuff, but there's not like too much of an advantage between the two. But I've been having some serious issue when trying to play with the keyboard. Uh-oh. Oh my god, this feels a lot more better. This feels so much better. Why didn't I do this a long time ago? Why did I... Okay, but it's not gonna help me with the whole entire van thing. That Mazda just did a flip and just went back on his wheels. This is gonna be a very long while. There is one thing I'm disappointed about, is that I cannot seem to gather too much draft and to catch up against my opponents. That's pretty much what I'm disappointed about for the time being. Like, there's a certain amount of... You can do it, but there's like a certain amount of range just to be able to draft your opponents. And sometimes you gotta hate when these RNG moments happen. The fuck? Got rear-ended by the Mazda when I hit a traffic car. This is gonna take a while, isn't it? Look, I'm being honest when I say this. If you really want a Need for Speed game that's just basically underground, has car customization, street racing, and even a good, even a story at that, my recommendation: don't ask EA or Criterion or whoever else is working on the Need for Speed games, just in case if it's not Criterion that is working on the development of the next Need for Speed game. Do not ask them to try to make another Need for Speed game that is supposed to be somewhat like Underground. No, you don't do that. Instead, what you do is you go back and play Underground. You play Underground 2, you play Most Wanted 05, you play Carbon. It doesn't matter. You play those old games. And then you play with mods, and that'll make things a lot more better. Of course, nobody will say that's a good idea. Everyone's gonna say that's not a good idea, and then they're gonna throw out some dumb opinions that make it seem like it's like factual information. What's the fact of how the way you think is not factual information in regards to the games? What is factual information is what makes the game good and what could make the game more better. Modding capabilities is one of them. The game development is another. The game development that is made, which is the vanilla state of the game, even the updates, are what determines how good the game is and how good it isn't. But modding happens to be another format of the game where you mod the game from its vanilla state to try to make it at least a bit more better in comparison to what you get. Like, you get more cars, you get some more customizations, you do all that kind of stuff. Of course, the Unite mod has done that all too good in regards to Need for Speed Unbound, because there's a lot of car customization options that you could choose from inside of the game. Body pieces, whether from vehicles that were DLC, or that they are from DLC, reward cars, and all that kind of stuff. And the best thing is, you could access that stuff in Unite on single player. So online multiplayer is pretty optional to utilize all that stuff when you have the Unite mod, unless EA decided for the last moment to try to remove the stupid rubbish that is called a split between single player and multiplayer. In which case, I highly doubt that's ever happened. Like, honestly, if you want to play Need for Speed Unbound, I prefer you buy it on discount. That's number one. Number two, I prefer it best that you've modded from its vanilla state, so that way you could try to get some access to all the cars and all the modifications possible. But I mean, like, you don't have to mod the game if you don't want to. That's preferably your choice. It doesn't really matter to me. But unless you buy the game on discount, if you really want to buy the game, buy it on discount. Do not buy it on full price. It is not even worth $70. Never in a million years will it ever be worthy of $70. Just like how Need for Speed 2015 nowadays is not even worth $30. Need for Speed 2015 is worth like 25 to 20 bucks, or even 15 for all that matters. And if you think that's all that it applies for just Need for Speed Unbound, then then you might be mistaken, because there are times that some other people are going to state out some issues in regards to the much more future titles of Need for Speed games. Also, I don't even care about car customization and all that kind of crap anymore. If I did, look at what I'm playing right now. I'm playing this game. I could at least cherish the moment that I'm playing this game and enjoying the gameplay from here, as well as the car customization, all of that. I don't need another title just to justify, just to have more of that stuff going on by. If I want more customization, mod the game. Mod any of the games that you have, so that way you could have more of this stuff. Don't go out of your way buying another title and expecting it to be any better in comparison to what the other one is. They're all gonna end up mediocre, no matter what nowadays. That's the main bread and butter to EA and Need for Speed nowadays. Of course, nobody's gonna end. A lot of people are not gonna understand that, because the plenty amount of people that would hear this kind of thing would be Need for Speed fanboys that are just personally offended by what some people like me have to say in regards to modern day Need for Speed games. And I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say this. It's garbage. It's garbage. Every single new Need for Speed title that is going to come out is going to be mediocre at some certain degree, because it's going to have either a gameplay, physics, and mechanics problem, or it's going to have a story problem, or between those two things. And the thing is that when I see Need for Speed Heat and I see Need for Speed Unbound, like, the balance, there is a balance between games, the gameplay development and the story. On Need for Speed Heat, the game development was not as good as anticipated. It was just the same gameplay, physics, and mechanics in Payback that was implemented into the game. The balance was more focused on the story side of the game. The story is decent, but the gaming wasn't all that cranked up to be. That's as much as I could say. But then, when you got, a few years later, you got Need for Speed Unbound. It released 2012 on December 2nd. And you know what happened? The balance shifted. Only that, again, it's not in the middle. It's in the gameplay, physics, and mechanics. That was a major cost of a good story. Like, instead of, like, where is the balance? Black Box Studios had that kind of balance back then when they were making these games. And yet, Criterion and Ghosts proves to us that they can't seem to do it. Of course, I can't blame them per se, because they're not the main issue that's been causing all these kind of problems. I go pointing this forward to EA, because they're just providing games that are somewhat innovative, and they basically are telling their devs, finish up the game as quickly as possible. We want to release it right away, not the next year. Like, they're that impatient because they want to make more. Because you have to look at EA from a business standpoint. They don't care about the customers, and within today's standards, they do not care about the Need for Speed community. They only care about the money, and that's all it ever has been. It's happened with Need for Speed 2015, where they didn't care about the customers. This happened in Need for Speed Payback, where they didn't care about the customers. And this happened in Heat. And the way this worked on Heat is that Heat was not getting any updates because Criterion is not working on the game. Instead, Criterion. It's not Ghost that's working on the next Need for Speed titles, nor the next update for Need for Speed Heat, but it was Criterion that would be working on the next Need for Speed title. But nobody's gonna understand the problem that EA is the cause of why we have all these shitty Need for Speed games every single often, which is why people are not even buying these. That's one of the few things to understand. It's EA and their decisions that makes these games literally like games that are not even worthy of the money that they think the pricing is. Unbound's not worth 70. It is not worth $70. And 2015 is not worthy of $30 nowadays. It used to be 50 or 60 bucks back when the PS4 was around. That's being said for Need for Speed 2015. But now it's like nowadays it's like $30 and it is not worthy of that price. Never is it worthy of that price. Honestly, I've never been a part of the Need for Speed community or any kind of other racing community per se. I just basically freelance my way in regards to racing games. That's how I am. That's why I made a few videos on various different games. Not just Need for Speed, videos, I say more of live streams than videos. But still, on point, I rather not say that I prefer a specific brand of game. Of course, I'm not gonna go for simulated games because I don't have the proper setup in order to be able to do that kind of stuff. That's as much as I could say. I would give it a try, but only time can tell for that kind of stuff. But in regards to games that we get, like Need for Speed is not all that perfect that people are cranking it up to be. Unbound's got plenty of problems. Unbound's got plenty of problems where to a point where it's mediocre, just like Need for Speed Heat. Actually, it performed less than Need for Speed Heat. Like, it's less successful than Need for Speed Heat. You could even look at it over on Steam charts and see the amount of players that are playing on the side of Need for Speed Heat and compare that to the players that are playing Need for Speed Unbound. Tell me, what's the difference? Oh, Need for Speed Unbound's got more players. There you go. People are playing Unbound more than not Unbound. People are playing Heat more than Unbound because Heat's decent. It's not the best, but it was decent. That's as much as I could say in regards to that. But Unbound, the moment I start up that game and I look over at the story, by my life, I wanna pour hot sauce into my eyes already. I want my eyes to water. I want to put some soap on my eyes. I want to put Q-tips or some headphones just to prevent myself from hearing any of the dialogue from the characters inside of the game's cutscenes. Because the storyboarding, the story writing inside of the game is terrible. Even the acting is bad. It works both ways. The acting and the story writing are garbage. The worst part is, people go for Unbound because it's getting more updates. That's all that it is for a game that is made for the recent times. For a game that was made in 2020, published in 2022. And the thing is, that's the problem. People want updates. But the problem is, let's look at the difference between Forza Horizon 4 and this game, Unbound. I know that's been a broken record. I know that's been said over and over again by a broken record, but this is just not by me. It could be by anyone else, especially Moses from Ultraviolet. You play Forza Horizon 4. You look over at the vehicles. Oh, look at this. There's more vehicles to unlock. There's more vehicles to purchase as DLC. And you know the thing is that there isn't some stupid split between single player and multiplayer. That's not something that Turn 10 has thought for Forza Horizon whatsoever. And yet, people are annoyed by how that is. But for some apparent reason, they can't hate it any further if it was from Need for Speed. Like, it's apparently justifiable for Need for Speed to have these content and updates. And what happened? There's a split between single player and multiplayer. You cannot access the vehicles you unlock in multiplayer. You have to play multiplayer in order to play those vehicles. That's basically what it is for Need for Speed Unbound. You can't play any of those vehicles if you play single player. You have to be on multiplayer every single day of your fucking life just to play those vehicles. Honestly, I didn't even want to play online. I don't like playing online that often. I'm not a big fan of it. I shouldn't have to play online just to get those vehicles. I mean, if I win them and be able to play them in single player, yeah, I guess I could do that. But I shouldn't have to be online specifically just to access those cars. I don't care what vehicle I don't care what vehicle. I don't care if it's a Supra. I don't care if it's a Mustang from the Need for Speed film. I don't care if it's any of those films or any of those vehicles. If I want to access the vehicle that I won by any means, I want to access it anytime I want to. But Need for Speed Unbound apparently is not giving me that freedom. Unbound is not giving me that it's not giving me what I wished for. And you know what? I'm glad I didn't buy Unbound from the very beginning. I'm very glad because I probably would be pissed off in regards to all of this. I waited until a few months later, or at least years, up until now, a few days ago. I bought the game and I modded the living shit out of it. I got the Unite mod, and then I got some other mods in regards to the game progression. Yeah, sure, people are going to probably be pissy about that kind of stuff, but it doesn't make a difference because I'm playing the game how I want to play it. I'm not going to play through legitimately and just... Well, I could play the game legitimately. But I don't want to. It's just annoying. It just looks annoying. Because when you're playing the game, you are not only racing around the streets just to get some money and then earn it for your upgrades. I understand there's a risk and reward, but the cops are, like, every single often you do a race, you're done with the race. You end up getting cops on your tail whenever the event finishes. It's annoying. And I can't understand who thought in the mind that it was a good idea to have that. Yeah, sure, cops would be inside of the race inside of Most Wanted 05. But it's not like... Honestly, the whole entire thing of Unbound is supposed to be somewhat related to what Most Wanted 05 is. But it is 10 times more worse than what we had! No, not even 10 times. It's 15. No, 25. I can't understand where the thought process is, where people say that Need for Speed Unbound is actually a good game. The story is utterly garbage. I might as well just be watching Super Fast, a parody of the Fast and the Furious movies. Winning cars inside of the game is utterly annoying because you have to be online. I might as well be buying Forza Horizon 5 at this point on just to unlock more cars online. Because I know for a fact if I do that, I'm probably going to be able, I most likely have a better chance to be able to drive them in single player whenever I want to. And I know how people hate monetization options, but the monetization options inside of Need for Speed Unbound are way more worse than what Forza Horizon 5 is. Despite the fact that most of the stuff inside of Unbound, pretty much everything is not even a pay to win, you still need to pay money just to access all that stuff. Regardless of pay to win or not, you still need to pay your cash just to access some of that crap. Like the boss vehicles that you see from the older games that you are able to drive for free inside of Need for Speed Heat after beating the specific events inside of Heat. Guess what? You gotta pay like $6, $7, or $8 to buy the cars inside of Need for Speed Unbound just to access them. I'm pissed. People make it seem like that EA cares about their customers, and yet they're so blind. Like Need for Speed fanboys think that they actually care for the people playing Need for Speed games. If they care so much, why is there so many in-game purchases inside the game? Why? Whether it's pay to win or not, why is there so many in-game purchases in there? DLCs, fucking battle passes, and all that kind of stuff. Like, why? I don't want an opinion, I want factual information. Why is it in there? Because EA knows for certain that they're doing this because they want to make more money out of the customer. They're basically penny pitching. Oh, you want the Nissan Skyline that Eddie drives inside of Underground? That is implemented inside of Need for Speed Evo. You gotta pay at least an extra few bucks just to access the car. Or what about these extra custom body kits vehicles? You could get them, but we'll charge you. It's so dumb. It's honestly dumb how people think that EA gives a shit. On quotations. I'm not saying that they do. I'm saying that in quotations because that's hard. That's like 10 gallons, 20 gallons of copium that everyone keeps breathing down inside of their lungs every day of their life whenever they want to play a Need for Speed game. Or whatever a Need for Speed game is the main topic of the day. And I mean, yeah, I treat Need for Speed as the main topic of the day every time I play this game. But at least I have a brain cell to understand that it's not worth what it is. Unbound's not worth $70, despite the fact that EA says that it is. And earning vehicles is not worthy as people would seem it to be because of this dumbass split between single player and multiplayer. The thing of risk and reward, that also applies for pretty much the vehicles you could win in the multiplayer online. So if I win those inside of multiplayer, I can't seem to access them on single player because of that stupid crap. Like, what's the point of risk and reward if you can't even drive your own vehicles on single player? The ones you earn. Hell, even the base model vehicles. It doesn't have to be your specific vehicle that you own in multiplayer. It could also be the same vehicle that you won in online. Why couldn't they make that available for purchase inside of the in-game store? And by that I mean you pay it with the in-game currency, not the real life money, not the microtransaction crap. That's what I don't understand. Actually, if I'm gonna be quite honest, I'm never gonna understand it anymore. I'm not gonna understand Need for Speed anymore, other than just the simple fact that it's gonna be mediocre for the rest of the time. For the rest of time. It's gonna be like, it's been like this since 2015. Well, actually, it's been like this since, well, yeah, it's been like this since 2015. It continued on Payback and Heat, and to this day, Unbound. I'm gonna be right back real quickly because I'm gonna go ahead and eat. It'll probably take a while just for me to be able to beat this guy. But yeah, I'll be right back. Right, let's do this. I do apologize if it took me a very long while because I was having quite a lengthy dinner. Let's get back into it. gotta move this stuff around. So that way I have a better opportunity of being able to play this game. So, I've been seeing previews about the F1 movie trailer. And you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna watch that movie. It's supposed to be based on a true story, if I'm not mistaken. On one of the famous... I'm not sure what kind of true story, but I could imagine that it is based on a true story. On probably a Le Mans driver that essentially would compete inside of F1 first time, which is an interesting thing because the thing is that I never really watched any of the other films that are based on true stories when it comes to racing in the theaters. Like, I haven't watched Ford versus Ferrari, and I haven't seen Gran Turismo. I've seen Gran Turismo on Netflix, but I have not watched Ford vs. Ferrari, and I still need to watch it. But F1 is coming up in this year. It's coming up 2 days before my birthday. It says that the movie will be premiering inside of the 27th of June. So there's that. I do want to watch that film. But when the time comes, I'm gonna definitely watch it. Even a live-action story would fare a lot more better than what the Fast and Furious has, I'll be quite honest. I don't know, I like Fast and Furious, it's just that I don't like it in the more modern sense. Like, I said live action, I mean to say, based on a true story kind of film. I would have loved Fast and Furious if it was just maintaining the street racing and that was just about it. But instead, it isn't that mainly. It's more of Secret 8 double. It's like the Americanized version of 007, just with a crew and a bunch of cars. That's all you could basically say for the Fast and Furious films nowadays. I don't know, I'm not a big fan of I'm not a big fan of how Fast and Furious is nowadays. Would have loved it if they went through the old roots for once in their life. But knowing Justin Lin and the other film creators out there in Universal that's trying to make the next Fast and Furious film, they ain't gonna do that. Because somehow because somehow its secret agent stuff just sells out much more better in films than just racing. Oh, but the Fast and Furious films are of racing, the ones that we've been working on. No, they aren't. If they are, there should be one place to start, one place to finish. It's not this chase kind of thing going on. No, it's nothing like that. If you're talking about racing, at least keep it as racing. Like it could be street racing. For the most part, it is based on street racing from the very beginning. Like the very first film, very first 3 films, or I should just say the very first 2. I don't know, it's just film directors being film directors. They think that the direction... It's just film teams being film teams. They think one direction or one trend would be good enough for the whole entire franchise. That guy just took the punishment by crashing into a wall. Yeah, did the same thing because he was trying to evade an SUV. Are you kidding me? You know, if this was the Mons, he would be penalized for dirty driving right there. And don't get me wrong, I don't drive perfectly in here, but my god, that would have been a heavy penalty. And I do not mean Need for Speed Shift. That's a different story. Need for Speed Shift, like, is not... It is kind of like Forza Motorsport and Gran Turismo, but the thing is, apparently crashing into other opponents is legal inside of that game. But cutting corners is illegal. What the fuck? It just tapped on the brake and that was just about it. I didn't even touch the e-brake. That guy crashed right there. That's right, you slow down, buddy. Can't say that I'm your buddy because I blocked you from trying to get past me. What is this? I keep tapping on the brakes and I keep drifting. It's like the car's on crack, cocaine, or something like that. Why? Oh, tram. And I wish this S2000 would just crash. Anytime now. He rear-ended me. He rear-ended my ass. Like, honestly, the AI rubber banding inside this game is what I ultimately hate, and that's just about it. But overall, everything else is fine. Damn it, I keep thinking that there was... Every time I pass through here, I think that that's a shortcut. Wished it was. Be nice. I wouldn't have to deal with this cheating AI problem. But then again, the AI would take the same shortcut. Of course, yes, 2000 fucking first place. Cheating AI! Of course, it's gonna pull away because it's cheating AI. Like, fuck off, dude. Look at that rubber banding. He just basically took the corner like it's nothing. Oh, please. Oh, come on, man. Doesn't he? It's like I can't. He can't. Why? I think this is the only race that I can't ever progress through. Like, out of all the other ones, I can't seem to beat it. For whatever reason. This is absurd. I wish that there was a way to mod this game to have no rubber banding. Nope. Oh, trip double. Come on, man. Swooping, swerving through these corners like it's nothing. But that's not 100% true because these corners are quite irritable. Look at that shit! The rubber banding is right there! Oh goodness, how am I supposed to fight against this? Well, somehow I managed to find out one way. That's what I don't understand. How does these AI get away with the cheating? It's so bad. For the life of me, just crash already. Like I chose the wrong car in order to do this. Either that or the AI is so terribly bad at cheating, I'm not going to be able to beat this unless I play a lower difficulty. I don't want to play this on a lower difficulty. I don't want to have to anyways. Like, could it be because I'm driving the wrong car? Is that the reason why I'm not able to beat this? And I'm trying to choose around here what kind of car I need to drive in order to beat this event. Suppose we give this car a try.
Hey, yo, punk.
Trash handling. Fuck out of here.
Ooh.
Well, this handles more better than the Skyline. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Look how ahead this fucking asshole is! Why am I pitted against 2000? I got a good feeling I could beat this with this car. All vehicles. Why does it have to be me? I hate this stupid tram, dude. I hate this track. There we go, I needed a rearview mirror. Oh my fucking god, dude! Come on! Fucking god, I hate this match. I hate this race, dude. But this one probably exists, is what I want to know. This race is a fucking joke, dude. Race 6 laps around the whole entire district with maximum traffic levels, I presume. And a bunch of cheating ass AI. Give me a fucking break. It's like I gotta play this on medium in order to progress.
Hey, I'd love to.
Fucking bullshit. Instead of it being easy, normal, and hard, they should just make it hard, difficult, and extreme for this game. Because it's like difficult to progress through this game if you're like not having an idea as to how you get through it. The traffic is filled with RNG, so whenever you'll crash, so it's just basically on luck, where you have to be lucky in order to try to evade traffic at times. The rubber banding inside of this game is so annoying. Like, look at this! I crash and he's already like a few seconds ahead. And look, he's pulling away as soon as he makes the turn. Like, what am I supposed to do against this cheating AI with the rubber banding? There's like so little I could do just to try to beat this game. Why do I even bother with this game? Why do I even bother with this game? It's just pissing me off. What? I'm trying to beat this. Yes, yes, yes. No, it's Need for Speed Underground. What? Why Unbound? Cell shaded does not mix in very well unless it was a mix within the city and cars, yeah. Like, this is pitiful. I'm playing this on normal, and it's like more simpler when I'm doing it like this. But when I'm playing it hard, it is so fucking annoying, dude. They're always up on your ass. They always overtake you. Like, how are you supposed to compete against that? This is like it's like difficult to do that. They should all just be labeled hard, just basically the lines of hard mode. Never mind medium, never mind normal, never mind easy, hard, difficult, and extreme. By that I mean the race events. Because each and every single time, these guys are always up on your ass. And they always try to get up on your ass every so often that they can get. And RNG is not going to be in favor once in the more harder difficulty, too. God. This is not even going to count. I'm not counting this. I know the game's going to count this as a race completed, but I'm not going to count this as trying to get through the hard difficulty of Need for Speed Underground in general. Of course, I just make the live stream just because of that, but I played all the other events, hard difficulty, and I was able to get through them. Even though I had some difficulties trying to get through them. This, however, is just annoying. I have to race 6 laps and race against 3 cheating ass AI that are always up on your ass every single often in the hard difficulty. And like, I'm always trying to focus on more than just looking in front of me and what's in the race. I'm also trying to make sure they don't get past me. I'm trying to make sure that, well, obviously that. But there is no way that I could be able to do that. Look at this guy. They're catching up to me already as it is. Cheating fucking AI, dude. I wouldn't be this pissed if this game didn't have rubber banding, but you can't do anything about that. That's how the game is made. There's nothing to do but just to play on a lower difficulty. And then I'm not gonna mod. I'm playing this on vanilla. I'd rather do that for the time being. Modding it will be a different story, but I want to play it on vanilla. Look at this shit. I'm playing on normal and they're all up ahead of me. Like, what am I supposed to do against this? I wish they could crash. I wish they could crash now. Please crash. Not me, the AI. Please crash the AI. Not me, the AI. Why, dude? This isn't... Why? My fucking god, dude. That intersection is terrible. Why would they put that there again? That little Chinese market area is so terrible to race through. It's bad enough that I gotta go in reverse. Like, my car, it keeps on bouncing every single time I go through that area. And I'm gonna lose control one way or another. It's so bad. Oh my fucking god, dude. Why can't you just crash out for once? This race is terrible. This race is terrible. I wish I could just skip it instead of just racing through it. I hate this track. I hate it so badly. I wish they didn't add it. I wish they would have just like not made this a race I had to go through again in reverse. It's worse. Why did I do that? This is on normal difficulty. I swear to fucking God, I have to beat this race. If I want to progress this, if I want to progress through this game, I have to beat this race. But it's like I can't do it. No matter what's gonna happen, there's always gonna be something that screws me over. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. I could do this. Come on. Oh, fucking shit, dude. I missed the turn. Fuck off. Always at the last moments of the race. I always mess up in this section. Why? No, 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 no. No, no, no! Ah! Fucking lord, dude. And I prefer to play I prefer to play Underground 2 instead of this. Fuck you, fuck you. That is so fucking cheating. There is no way he would be able to pull that off. Come on. Come on. Come on. No, 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 no. Please, please, please. I've been at this for roughly 2 hours, if I'm not mistaken, and I can't even beat this. Fuck off. Using your nitrous on me. That is so cheating. That is very cheating. Penalize him for fucking rubber banding. Get the fuck out of here with your rubber banding ass shit. If you could do the same thing to me, why can't you do the same thing to the fucking AI that's cheating right there? Oh my fucking god, dude. Get out of here. Cheating ass bitch. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck off. And about fucking time I got this race done. Holy fucking shit, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, I can't believe I've spent 2 hours or an hour, 2 hours and a half just beating this. This is so annoying.
You're starting to think I'm liking our little visits. Wrong. I like seeing my upgrades win races. So prove to me you can win, and I'll see what I can do. You're starting to think I'm liking...
That's the only race I've ever played in medium. Suppose.
Number 3 across the board. Not bad. You got what it takes to keep going?
Let's do this. Oh my fucking god, are you kidding me? There we go.
Alright, here's another upgrade. You're winning, but don't forget the help you're getting from me.
So that drag race wasn't so bad. Come on. Oh, no, 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 no. Please, 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 please. Crash out, crash out, crash out. The fuck is this? No, fuck that. That is BS. Why? Karma, bitch. Six laps again. No, most likely won't be annoying as fucking Blood Ride mission. Oh my fucking god, how am I supposed to beat this Honda S2000 now? First it's the fucking killers. Now it's the What is this fucking bullshit ass fucking game, dude? Great, this is more worse than the other mission. Oh, I'll go. Yeah, because I'm not playing this race on easy mode. I'm gonna play it on hard mode. I'm gonna play on normal, medium, or easy just because there's a bunch of cheating AI every single time. Oh, if you're wondering why the microphone's making that noise, it's because I have the fan on. I don't got a ceiling fan in my bedroom. Look at this cheating ass. Just caught up all the way up to me. All because of that rubber banding. Come on. There we go. You can stay right behind me, thank you very much. I'll be the one taking the win. None of y'all deserve it. Jeez, I reached 200 miles per hour. Whoa, 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 what happened? Stream? What's happening? For some apparent reason my stream was dying. I have just OBS in the game, and that's just about it. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? My stream is lagging like crazy. Was straight lagging like crazy. You cannot tell me it's because of the game. Please, you cannot tell me it's because of the game. We've done good on the previous few times I played this game. How is it lagging badly now? There we go. Okay, it's not as lagging as badly as it was. Fucking lag spiders, I swear. Come on. Get out of my way. There we go.
Sweet. You're on the cover of Hot Fours.
7 laps? Are you kidding me? I hate the Chinatown one. It's terrible. Come on. There we go. My god, this AI is cheating. Nope. Nope, gonna have to do this on medium as well. Stupid shit, dude. Why? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Bitch. so far getting through this, actually. Are you fucking kidding me? No, no, no. Fucking hate this shit. Nope, you're not getting past me. Fuck. Alright, let's do this. I hate this race already. I wish that was destructible. Cheating ass, asshole. Look at this punk cheating. Fucking cheating. That is so BS. That is so straight up cheating. This is terrible. I fucking hate this! Fuck this shit, dude. Fucking hate this. I fucking hate this. Do I seriously have to do this in easy mode? This is even more embarrassing. Man, I fucking hate this shit. Here we go. Great. This is so fucking fun. That is so horse shit.
Whoa, bro, you are the real deal. Oh, look out for... Punk, I am gonna wipe the Alright, step... Careful out... Oh, it's you! You probably noticed I made some changes since the last time we met.
About time.
I can't believe it. That was so freaking weak. Eddie's freaking all over me. Man, I'm... Hey, you know, when folks say you drive a bad ride, dude, they don't mean that in a good way. remember small time? When you miss second gear, a chase is a race, and it's back in your face.
Almost there with the Kings. Become number 1 on the rankings. I'm almost there. I'm not accepting losses just because of some small little corner. And one.
Shut down by a fool? That's so out of control. This drift counts for a ranked spot. I ain't going easy. Nobody's taking my spot, kid. You're gonna see scores today like you've never seen. You're not. You think you're going after my crown, but all I'm gonna do is take you down.
Hold on, I need to trade cards.
Careful
Right,
out there, kid. Hate to see you slide into that wall.
let's do this.
sick drifting. I'm done like dinner.
Nice. Well, we managed to beat all of that. But, let's say just save the rest of the progression for another day. I mean, yeah, I want to get through the final bits, but I don't want to get through them right away. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, so another stream will be basically the boss fights. Because right now I don't have enough. I'm not gonna put up with any further. I don't got a lot of energy to be dealing with it. But yeah, next time I'll be doing this. So thank you all for watching. For those who have came by to watch this stream after it's over. Um, if you're new around here, again, feel free to leave a like, a comment, and subscribe. And as per usual, I'll see you in another stream. See you, lads.